Alright, I think I'll be starting up now. Yes. I hope everyone's doing well if anyone's around. Hey, let's see about things. Also, thanks for the follow there. No, hello, brother. I'm now starting here. Well, you're having a good night there. Mm-hmm. So I now have one Nemo. I don't think I've converted to one, but there it is. No, that seems good. Hope you're having a good night in there. Mm-hmm. So I'm also doing well myself. That's it. Mm-hmm. I think I'll turn up the music now. There. So I think I forgot what I was doing since last time, but I'll see what I can get up to here. Things could go in any direction, I'd say. Seems there's some machineries here now that I've gone. It's lost going very well. Yeah, it seems. Although the bot banned one of them just now, but that's a bit someday. I'd say it's more around 18 actual followers or so. Well, that's something, yeah. And these streams are just a bit experimental, I'd say, just testing and figuring things out. I plan on switching things up a bit more later as I get more handle of things. But it's how they're going for now. Something else I'm trying to figure out is the pacing of my speech and whether I should be narrating everything I'm doing or have a bit more quietness or so. But let's see how it does stuff. Yeah. So, not to see what to do. Oh, my cat wants to get inside, so we can deal with that. There. There, I'm back again. My cat wants inside. Now I'll continue doing things here. Now we'll go down over here. Oh, well, thanks for saying that. I hope I can continue improving that. Since I think I am missing a couple things, or maybe not doing too well in some areas, but I'll see how it goes. So, wish I could do a bit better than I am right now, though. Let's see what we have here. It's doing stuff. So, I feel like the stream might have a bit of a long delay, but hopefully that's not too problematic. I try to be attentive to things. Right, so Yes. Mm-hmm. So I looked at last year. Well, I think there's some more machineries I could make potentially. Oh yes, the refining storage. That's that could do. Mm. Mm-hmm. I don't mind this anymore. That's in here too, right? Mm-hmm. Well, nice. It keeps telling me that the delay keeps going to like 20 seconds or so. I'm not so sure about it. No. Sometimes it can be a bit shorter, but probably a bit problematic there. Mm-hmm. Although pausing and starting the stream usually helps, so that's something. I mean, on the page there, I mean. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It seems to have quite a bit less now there. It's going to start. There it goes. Um, some tonic here. Shampoo. Oh. I mean, it could probably be a bit higher for you, potentially. I think. Now it's saying 41 seconds, so that's quite a bit some. I do hope I didn't mess up some setting and it's causing the delay to go further. That would be a bit bad. A bit problematic. I forgot what would that be a thing there. Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully that delay's not too much of a problem. I'll see how it looks now. Oops. Probably also used to be my internet though, potentially. Or maybe the computer itself. No, I'll turn it off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that delay sure some. Although if you stop the stream, like pause it and then start up again, it kind of cuts it a bit. It can be a bit problematic to keep doing that though. Yes. Mm-hmm. Let's see what I'm doing here. Quartz. Yeah, I think that's the one. Or charm. We can take another. Just drop that in there. Mm-hmm. Let's get some in there. I should have one. I see them. Oh, there it is. That'll do. This and that. Oh, how's my day? So it's been going pretty good. Today was just drawing a bit of an emo, and I think it turned out well. I also figure out some more settings and such to deal with. But I think things are going pretty well there. I also slept for quite a long while. Some there. Oh, did he know? It seems like a pretty good time. How'd that go about? You spent a good time there. It's very nice when that happens there. Well, congrats for your brother from graduating. That's very nice stuff. Okay. Oh, I mean, maybe you could graduate as well at some point too. That could be something. Well, it's a very nice achievement there. Sounds very nice. Pretty good on him there. Yep. Oh, yeah, I remember saying that. I mean, you could always go back later at some point if you wanted to. That's something that's always an option, for sure. Oh, I see. That's pretty fair enough then there. That can be how it can go. But you can still have a good time being worrying about it there. Yeah. To fix this somehow. Oh, that's probably good. There you go. That works out well. Oh, yep, it sure is a pretty big chest, that's it. It's a bit of storage. Oh, it seems like it might not be too enough though. Right now I'm trying to get some better storage for this refined storage mod. And that should help a good bit. Other than that, I need quite a few other materials. So that's what I shall do. And I keep forgetting stuff, so that's a bit fun. I'll see if I can make my way somewhere here. Oh, there's some villagers there. I haven't seen those before. Oh, there we go. I should get a quick deal there. Oh, there we go. Oh. So this one isn't taking good damage. Well, that works out. Have I died a lot? I have. I've died a few times, but then I've got myself some of these vials that lets me resurrect. But I did actually fully die at some points, but that hasn't happened in a while now. It was just sort of falling a few heights. Things are going well for now. Seems I've just gotten a bit stronger though, so that's definitely doing stuff there. Yeah. I'm doing good so far. And I'm just trying to get some resources, although actually I suppose I could try farming. I could see if I can make this. I could probably save some time. Seeds. There, that's how that works there. And stuff for this, I need some stuff and things here. Oh. I think I know where I could get this, I'm quite sure. Try going over here. Outer one. And I'll make my way over there. See if I can find some of those ores. I could probably get it from. Well, actually, they can be fun at the end, so that's not too much fun. Actually, with this much strength, I could probably take on the Ender Dragon. That could probably be a good one. Oh, thanks for the reminder there. Break some water. 3 moments spot. There we go. Some water in there. Bring it to them. Then I will go and see what they do. What's the first time I beat the dragon? Usually takes me a while. Like, maybe within less than 30 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. I don't actually count it. I haven't been the Ender Dragon yet in this world. I'll see how that goes. Just gonna prepare myself up and see if I can beat it. That'll be pretty good time. I'll check this bow and oh, I don't have enough levels. So it's a bit rough. Probably some bows, probably good. Just need some arrows and that's melting there. Let's see what else I'm missing. The speedrun and such. And I usually don't really go for the speedrun strats. I just take it down usually the normal way. Although in some map packs, there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get that can let you kill it pretty easily, but I don't think I have that much stuff in this one though. So I should probably go about fairly normal. Not much to it, let's say. I think I have enough armor and weapon stuffs, so that'll probably do me well. I'm just trying to figure out what else I could need here. There's something I'm missing, I'm not quite sure. I have the arrows there, and there's some trash in there. And we'll see what I get there. Oh, I need some bottles that get to the cave. I have some sand. There we go. Oh, the Ender Dragon 2 hours. It seems like it's a bit of a long while there. I think it doesn't usually take me that long. Sounded like maybe it had some difficulty potentially. Oh, it's pretty fun finding the dragon in there. It'll be a bit tough at times. Also, maybe I just haven't been counting the time too well. That probably something to it there as well. Maybe something should keep track of that. So that could be those. There, bottles there. And we'll do that. Then we have that. No, that should be good for the dragon. Oh, and also the spyglass. That's something that I need quite sure. Wherever that could be. Oh, I see. Well, then Maybe they could have had something. So I remember using netherite armor for when I killed the dragon myself, so maybe there's just different ways of going about it, I think. No, I see that. Seems like a good way of going about it, so I don't think you need that much stuff to take down the dragon. Actually, kill it with some kind of methods. There's a chance it could probably take me a while on this here. Once I figure out where things are. It's probably useful, perhaps. Oh no, some water. That's probably good there. Oh, I mean, yeah, I suppose that's how it usually goes there. It's definitely, yeah, it's been I don't think I really need a bed though. Seems like it's a bit much effort there. Oh, this could probably be useful. I'll be taking out. And then... what else I need? So I have that. Spyglass is missing, I see now. Where could it be? Oh, I mean, that's a pretty nice skills to have. They can come pretty handy. Although I myself don't really have such skill sets, but I might do with it what I've got, I'd say. That's nice stuff. My earbuds died, but I'll get those back running. And then... there, I can hear again. That's all good. What could that spyglass be? Am I not tired at night? I mean, I usually just sleep a long while and then I wake up at around like 4 p.m. at my time, and that's good enough energy. And then that gets me running for like a few more hours after that. So that's nice. And I'm not sure if this stream will be that long though. Let's see how far it will go. So, I should have quite a bit of energy myself. But I might potentially do some streams that are a bit earlier. Perhaps if I manage to get there. I'm still figuring that out. No, let's get through. And I suppose I should have some rest days as well, since too much streaming could probably let some there. No? Well, I've still yet to decide whether I'll go that one, but there's a chance. There's a chance I might probably just get a bit too tired and have to call it there. That could probably happen. I'm thinking the stream might go for like 6 hours or close to 10, somewhere around there. It might depend on how I feel there. We'll see. I mean, I potentially might be. I think most people usually go for a lot shorter, like 3 or 4 hours normally. But I've just been feeling by it. There we go. Well, in the past, I used to play for an extreme amount of time, so maybe that's just about normal for me, but at some point I did get quite a bit tired of playing on Minecraft, and then I end up doing something else, but this time I feel like there's things to do, so there's a bit more motivation there. So that'll be something, let's see. And I suppose I could probably switch games at some point, that's actually an option there. One shine feel up to. Rainbow Six. You mean I assume? I haven't played that game, so I'm not too sure what that one's all about. If that's the one I assume you're talking about. But I think it's some kind of game though. Oh, Rainbow Six I see. Yeah, I think I may have seen some bits of it, but I don't understand that game at all. Well, I haven't played it before. Seems kind of like a game. No, stuff still. Yeah, I played it a good amount. I'm not sure if I have any Call of Duty games these days. Seems like I don't own any somehow. Huh? Yeah, I've played a good bit of Fortnite. I have some fun in there. It's a pretty fun one in there. Although I'd say probably I'm not that good at it though. Well, it's just a fun game to play. Oh. I see what. That can be a gauche at times. Playing games is pretty fun. Myself have been playing games for quite a long while, even before streaming here. And I think that's just because I have quite a bit of free time. But that's just how it goes. Yes, I think I'm about ready for the Ender Dragon. I imagine that's just where I'll go. What's over here? I'll take the long way. There we go. It's just right over there. Down, down, down. Nope. So, some tricky terrain there. There, just grab a barrel there. There we go. I mean, I myself, I think I've played around for quite a while, but I didn't really get into it until recently, when some friends got me into playing it a bit more. It's a bit more fun playing with someone than by yourself, I'd say. So that's been for me. It's a pretty fun game though. Yes, I ended up buying some skins when previously I didn't have any. So I'll spend them. It's a pretty fun game though, I'd say. Yes. And we're almost there. Oh, that pearl's taking it. Oh, that did something. Oh, there we go. I'll have a good sleep in there. Hopefully you wake up all rested. Hopefully you have a good time to what you have to do there and do well with your gym and stuff. So, anyway. Don't kill these creatures. Not bad anymore. That's too much damage. That's no good. Oh, creeper face. This one, I think. It seems like someone. Oh, maybe. I think I might still have some lag problems. That's not nice. I don't think it's too bad, perhaps. Let me see if I can up the brightness just a bit. There we are. Kind of seems like it ups. Oh, yeah, this very dark though. I suppose I can do some more because here. There. That brightens set up of it. Perhaps. Let me see if I can up the brightness in here though. Show you the correct settings, lighting. Anyways, what does going down do? Let's see about that. Hopefully this helps to see a bit better. Yep. Takes a bit to load down. It's worthwhile though. Sure, let's take a bit. Yeah. Yes. Oh, there we are. Hopefully that did help. That's worth it. I feel like that's not bright enough, so I'll look just a quick bit. Just a bit more. Alright, maybe it's the opposite way. Oh, the king. Hopefully this works. That should help. Hopefully. Okay. Random hand gesture, show my. I hopefully this loads. That's something. I'll put some quick music meanwhile with notes. Nothing much going on here. Then I'll stop it once it returns. Hopefully the music's not too loud though. It would be nice if I had a better computer that helps things a bit more. But that's how it goes. I'll get there. Alright, hopefully this time it that some. I'll stop the music for now. Alright. I think it's a bit better. Yeah, that looks a bit. Perhaps. But I sure do have a shot. I'll go with that for now. Then not to more. There we go. There we go. What's this then? There, grass. Sits down there. Oh, I should probably have brought more food. Good. I just realized it's not. I'll go back. I'll grab a bit extra food. I'll grab some from the farm. There's a spring. Let's make a bit of bread now. It's a lot of seeds, so quite useful for our gardening. Oh, and bottles. Could probably use some building blocks. I've used some too. That's sweet. I suppose these. No. I think I can use that. There's cobblestone for some. There. That's a good amount. I'll take them. Right. There you go, let's go back to where we were. I'm going now. We're there. That's gonna be. Nope. That's I used up one of those. That's didn't have the underbroad there already. That's rough. That's very low health, that's not very good. Up there. Stop. This is some exploration, right? I'll see some stuff's around. It's not water, there's no water there. Hold on there. Skip all of that. Oh, and there's the portal right there. That'll do that. The portals are active, so he was here earlier. Next time. I think we're ready for the dragons of the Let's see how that goes. Once the game loads, supposedly. Relax. Unless you're some. The game's a bit frozen, but hopefully it'll come back to things soon. Sorry, the problem's there. It's being very slow though. You know what? I'll put some quick music meanwhile while they wait. Sure thing, a bit. Don't know if I should change scenes. But I'll play this cover for now. I'll drink some water. Yeah, I suppose I could do that. When was the last time that message took place? Yeah, that's good timing, I think. I'll drink some water. That should keep me a bit more hydrated. Oh, the game has loaded now. That's very nice of it to do. Alright, I shall cut the music there. And there's the end. A very nice place, I suppose. Sure, that's different than normal, I think. That's no rules to anytime. Drop down here. And then pick up the drag. That should be a good time. Oh, there's some nice orbs here. I'll be taking up. That's a whole lot of that. That's very useful help in healing. Yep. That's what I needed. So, it's a whole lot of orbs here. Oh, and quick access mending now, so that helps a lot with things. I can actually heal it on my knee. Very useful. Let's look up all the things here. For instance, probably yes, the better. So it says that. Sure. Let's bring us this. This bread helps a good bit. I should probably take a little bit more food. It's nice there. Very nice. Right, although I should probably go in for dragon. Probably good. Check it out. Okay. It's all overstimulating. It's nice. That's a negative action. It's good. Speed. Sure, some great stand from being a phantom. A phantom. It's the orange spot. There's just lots of things everywhere here. Although, where is the dragon? It says it's somewhere around here, but I don't see the dragon anymore. Hopefully that's not a problem. That will be there. Extremely unfortunate, actually. That one. But it's the dragon name. Oh, there it is. I see it. All the way up there. Oh my. Dragon should be killing you. So nothing weird. It's gonna make our way up there to Slide Dragon. Now it's starting to see. So I guess we can make our way up here. Escape top of the one. Escape tunnel. There. There. I wonder if the dragon's far away enough for these to not matter. Kind of seems that way as I don't see anything coming from them. Actually, some. I suppose. I'm gonna make my way up to the dragon door. See if I can kill it. I don't have stuffs for that. That's a murder. This might not take a while though. Yeah. Yes, the teleport button there. Quick boss. And then and we'll go up here. And up we go. Where'd the dragon go? It's still all the way up there. So we'll keep making our way up. So we'll kill the dragon. This music seems not to be quite high enough. Turn it up just a bit higher. There. Yes. Here. Balls. And over here. And over here. Just gonna keep on climbing these noodles until I get to the dragon. Just quite changed, I suppose. Yeah. Where's the dragon again? I don't see the dragon anymore. I may have gone a bit too high up. No. Dragon should probably around here somewhere. Oh, it's within the vicinity again. But where could it be? So it's tough to find the dragon there. Oh, there it is. All the way up there. That's gonna take a while. Yeah. Shadow up here. Oops, a quick box. No, yeah. And keep going over here. Nice. I think the boss bar probably only shows when you're near those towers, so that's probably how that runs there. But Ender Dragon should likely still be all the way up there for some reason. The noodles in this dimension are much shorter than the other dimensions, so that helps with things, hopefully. Yep. I don't see many ores here. That's definitely a bit some. But maybe that's okay. Perhaps. Very, very low. This kind of looks like nice terrain, though. I'd say so. Can you make it up here, though? It's a second. And then we go up. And up to us, over here. There. Where's the dragon? I don't see the dragon anymore. Where are we? We should probably go over this way. And over there, and hopefully the dragon appears somewhere. Oh, there's the dragon, right up there. I'll be bring it. Let's go a little distance away. Well, that seems pretty fun, though. That'll have to be quite a fight. Oh, what's that? That is definitely something. That seems like that might be the end portal to get out of here. That's by the location to put the end portal out. It sure is. And there's a dragon. That's all good. And now we just have to... Oh, the dragon's doing stuff. It's perching. Well, that's sure something. I hope I don't get killed here. That would be quite bad. Let's see about... Oh my... That is super noisy. Right, I'm just gonna fix that up a bit. Hope that helps. Right, yeah, that's pretty sick. It works. And then we just keep doing this, and the dragon should die. Oh! And oh. Yeah. That sure was a kick there. Oh. Right, how about this one? Oh, we got a head on. do that. That doesn't do anything. No. And we'll just go over here. Let's see about there. Yeah. Oh, seems my cat wants to get up, so I'll be right back super quick. Okay. Alright, I have returned, my cat went out, and now we'll continue on. But there's a dragon, so I'll just go shoot that down. I think the dragon might be freezing due to being outside the shrunk range. I imagine that's what's happening. I suppose I could increase that. Yeah, it's not too much of a problem though. And the hardest one to shoot the dragon there. Oh. Let's see about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, dragon sisters now. Let's increase that this time. Maybe an 8. There. There we go. The dragon can do a bit more now. That should help in some amount. Although the dragon keeps going higher. That's definitely some. How do I get up there as well? That'll be a bit tricky. You can do a bit of that. That was a mess up, or it was it? Awesome. Oh, there's something happening over there. Where'd the dragon go? Where? Right. The dragon should be somewhere around here. I'll see about that. Yep. Just a very quick check here. Then go over here. Oh, there's the dragon. This keeps rising up. That's hopefully not a problem. How does one get there though? What's the next path? This was a very different kind of Ender Dragon fight. This could probably actually take a lot longer than 30 minutes. Well, I may have underestimated the dragon here. Well, that's how it goes. Yes. The dragon in this kind of world. No, she got that. Where'd the dragon go? There it is. Let's bring it. Alright, the dragon's pretty much right over there. Wonder if I can shoot it down here. Nope. Alright, there you go. I don't know how much health the dragon has, but I don't think it'll be healing anytime soon. So that helps there. Let's keep on shooting it down. Eventually we'll die. Here we go. Some good aims. Oh, it's getting closer. Got one hit, and now it's doing some damage. That's not nice. Well, I suppose I'm not nice either for trying to shoot the dragon down. Let's go ahead. Come here. And then over there. Another hit. Oh. Oh, what happened there? Oh. Maybe I need to increase the render distance just a tad bit more. Maybe at 16. There we go. I'll probably add a bit of lag. Maybe I can do this instead. Yeah, that should probably help. Because I need to grab that, so I'll do that. I'll go up here. Wrong place here. Oh, oh no. I didn't see that was. Oh no, it expired. That's unfortunate. Oh well, the dragon's going down now. It's rough. Can I shoot it down? There we go. I still can only use that. It's a bit of a tough fight. That's right, let's do. Yes, definitely something. The dragon's just all the way down there again, so I'll go back. And it's a bit higher than I thought. Well, that's how it goes. Here. Oh, I got a head on. And here. Then we'll go killing this dragon there. Oh, some arrows came back. That's pretty nice. It seems to be going higher now. So we should go up, so. This a bit problematic. Oh, just still in that. But it should hopefully die at some point. I'm quite sure. Although I'm doing this with essentially unenchanted weapons, so it could probably take a while. I don't think it would take that long though. It might be going down again there. But I'll probably alright. Just gotta keep on going here. Here. And nope. Nope, maybe a hit. Still not doing too well here. It's probably alright. Oh, one hit. That's pretty good. Eventually it'll perch again, though I'm quite sure. Oh, I followed. Here. There we go. Good save. I suppose. I'm running a bit low on food. Hopefully that won't be a problem. I'm sure I can just grab some coarse fruit somewhere. If it comes to it. Let's quick check here. And this could probably be a lot easier if I had the ability to fly more. But I don't. Let's go. Where are we going now? How does sun get up there? Maybe over here? And then we'll go over here. Drink some water, eh? Washable, wish I can do that. I'll do that then. Water bottle. Yeah, that helps. I think that should help keep me hydrated as well. It's always nice to be. Never brought me a bit else here. Oh, there's a dragon. That's pretty nice. It seems a bit coiled to the ground there. So that's pretty good stuff. Okay, so I'll shoot it down here. So now it's going down again. That's a bit repetitious, I would say. Eventually it'll just purge though. That's what I would imagine. What's that over there? There's some weird item. I'll take a look at that. No, it's there. There. I don't remember quite a bit what that glowing stuff is there. No. Nice. Then keep on going here. It's the glowing stuff here. Oh, that's something over there. Still gotta kill the dragon, but it's just interesting seeing what this was. And it seems to be a well with water in it. That's very nice stuff. I don't think there's much purpose of this being out here. I don't think the Enderman is supposed to have water either. That's definitely something. Hello. We'll go down over here. Bro, where's the dragon? Where? Put the entry. Must be back at the center. So we're not that way, but this way. In that direction, there we go. We'll go there. Took a bit of damage, that's fine. Let's go over here. Where do we go? Let's look this way. This place is a bit larger than it normally is, so that definitely adds quite a bit to it. There's the dragon now, though. So we shall shoot down. I think it might be going for a perch. That'll be pretty good. Oh, that's not good. This could probably take a very long time, though. It'd probably be a bit more worthwhile if I went and found an elytra. Since this dragon keeps going up and down, and I don't have a good way of flying, so I do think I'll be going in that direction. And since we're this high, this should be a good place to find that end city. Once we travel far enough for the 1,000 or so blocks. It should be good. We'll go over here. And that should work. And we'll throw this. Oh, maybe that's right. And we'll make our journey to find an elytra. Yeah, sure. Let's listen to the dragon fight. Get us back to our home. Sure if I brought enough food, but hopefully that won't be a problem. I'll definitely get some ribs. Let's keep on going this direction. Maybe there's something at the end of it. It's quite nice how the terrain generates here. Quite sure it's not normally this way though. So some stuff must have happened in there. Whoosh. It's not a journey though. Maybe the nose fit the end of it. You kind of seem pretty nice to travel through. And what's that up there? That's like interesting stuff. Oh, there's some close plants. Oh, that's a bit close. Yeah, maybe there's something good to be had here. And we'll go up here. The terrain connection could probably be improved. Just of it. Unless there's some good stuff to be had here. That could be nice and good. Although we already grabbed a lot of useful items earlier. Those are not that needed. It's mostly just berries. I don't think we need useful items everywhere. I suppose. But these plants should help a good extra lot for food. I don't know. I don't think there's anything. I think I can just chop it down with a sword. Supposedly. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. I'll have a few of these just so I can have enough food for a while. Yeah. This could probably be useful for some end rods. So. Actually, there we go. Next. And there we go. quick check up here. Oh, start with an image. That's nice. What time is it? I think we're good for now. There we go. Is that enough though? I feel like I could probably use just a bit more. Keep going over there. That's probably good, man. No. Let's grab a usage on this one there. Could probably use a bit more there. There. Which direction are we going? I'm a bit lost. We're going the negative. This way, then that way, there. We'll go this way. That direction. Over there. What's that over there? That's just normal noodles, I don't think. I think we're past 1,000 now. There should be some better terrain, perhaps. See about that. And this one. Then keep open up there. And we're right at the tops of the noodles here. So it's definitely some. And that looks like the big flashing stuff the end has over there. That's pretty nice stuff. Quite something to see. I don't think this goes anywhere though. So let's up to Interpol or on over there. I'll get somewhere. I got on over here. Yeah, a very long while until we find something of value. Not sure which height value things will be at, but let's see if we can find some. I'd imagine that probably somewhere up here though. One could but I could probably know. Oh, it probably could have been useful to have brought that compass. That probably would have saved like a lot of time. I don't know. I suppose I can just teleport back home if I really needed to, but let's see if I can avoid that for now. As it comes down to it. I don't think it'll take that long to find a city without an electron. Perhaps. Oh, one could go. I should put this. Is this the direction? Yep, that's the good. Let's do it over here. It's gonna be a quick. Oh, that looks interesting. There's some good stuff there, so. Well, seems like it could be a direction to tip. So I'll go over there. Let's see. I guess I might almost probably some adjustments though. I didn't think so. No, I can things over time. Let's figure things out more. Oh, that looks like glowstone, and glowstone's very useful. So I'll grab some of that. This a good lot. Still down over here. Yeah. I think we can probably there's stuff here. But there might have been. I'm not sure. No. There's definitely something down there though. Oh, there was stuff over there. I see now. Nope, that's alright. I'll just go over here. And we'll pull up over here. That's how many. Yeah, I suppose it probably can. Yeah. Oh, I'm just gonna get stuck here. No, dude. And then we'll just go to the bottom here for safety. Right. And we'll go here. Yeah. So I'd love to aim here, but that's right? I'll get there. Down, down. Oh, isolation. Where's that? Let's get by. Let's see this. Nope, could use a bit further down, but nope, that's probably right enough. Alright, I think this should get me some, perhaps. Yeah. Alright, I got a lot of those stuffs there. That's pretty good. We'll grab a bit more. There we go. That's pretty good. And we'll go back up again. And we'll go from this one. Wait. And let's see if we can get quite a bit more of this. That's definitely what to have. Definitely here. And there we go. That's probably plenty enough though, I suppose. And we'll go down over here. What's this? Bone blocks. That's the thing as well. I'll be taking that. And then let's fun exploring here. What's that over there? That's just a bit of a dragon skeleton over there. That should be fine. Grab this. Rolling here. With the bends down. Should I charge my earbuds again since they like die soon, so quickly charge those, so anyway, I should be go now. Oh, what's that over there? It's a bit purpley. That looks interesting. It's a bit of a big gap over there, but I think I could probably explore and see. Yeah. Okay, a bit of exploring here. Maybe I'll find some cities along the way. That would be good. I'll probably find something interesting. I think I'll use that. I think we're fun for this one. That works. And I mean, I'll get angry, but then stop. What's the purpose? What's the... There's nothing there. Oh, there's some phantoms somewhere. Let's definitely get some. Then I found got spawns here. Yeah. Get do enough damage to those. Let's wreck him. We'll throw a barrel there. We're going up. And there's definitely some purpley stuff over there. Let's see if I can remember that. I imagine the ups. Oh, what's that over there? There's some nuts, that's this. Over here, and this is more random stuff. I imagine. Yep. That's some sort of gateway, do you think? Not sure where that could go, but that looks interesting enough to see. There goes somewhere useful. That'd be nice. Oh, what's over there? That looks like it might be a city or something. That looks like it's a structure of some kind. It might be useful. I'll try that. Might be more useful than that. A gateway there. Yeah, that definitely looks like a city of some kind. It's gonna traverse my way up there, which could take a while. This looks like a path up. It's gonna go all the way up there. Could think of it. And then that's definitely a city, so that's definitely where we're supposed to go. Or in like hopefully mayhaps. That'd be good. And if not, then we'll just have to keep on traveling. Let's store this way. Some stuff's in there. Oh, but oh, water again. Nice, is it? Oh, I don't think so. Hope the sound's all good there. Quick pause. Oh, no, that's good. There, we're still over here. Nice. Over there. Top for hunger. You're missing quite a bit of hunger. You're a bit low. But we have these coarse fruits, but that might be dangerous to use. Since they teleport us anywhere. So that actually wouldn't be any good. But I think we made it to the city now. It seems that way. So we'll go over here. And there's some forest roads. That's very useful, nice. Pretty good stuff there. And does this one have a boat? Can't tell too well. But one boat has something. Top open. Oh, we've been hit. That's the one. Yeah. Get stuck here now. No. There's. This could take a bit. A bit of adjustment. Oh, here, again, that's not very nice. May have been useful to have brought that other artifact thing over. We'll keep on going here. Experience. I think we can make this here. Sure. Yeah, we made it. What's that? No fruit. No stuff. No. Keep going here. Fill of jumps. Nope. Adjust the microphone here. Hopefully that's okay. Check anything. Oh, there you go. And there, we made it. Then fill these ones here. Enough big ones. That's extra key. Reputation. That's your stuff. There you go. Now we got quite a bit of stuffs. This one go higher. Maybe the teleport button. No. And we keep on going. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the city just keeps on going, it seems. Oh, it's pretty nice stuff. Here goes that. Oh, there goes that one. Mm-hmm. Oh, that looks very nice, I suppose. Is there a boat anywhere though? That would be nice to see. There's probably something somewhere. Don't see it there though. Oh, we're very low on food in the last. Oh, very nice. Hopefully there's some better food here though. Yeah. Nice. Keep going up here. Oh, I did it. This might be good some. There goes that one. There they go. Let's press the upper button, please. And this one has nothing to. That is rough. Oh, this place here seems so nice. I think I remember seeing boat success in the past. Oh, what's like this one? Nice. Oh, we've been hit. Yeah. Let's wait for that. There. Then there's stuff here, perhaps. Still not looking like there's much stuff here though. But that looks interesting. Maybe there's something of value over there with that beacon over there. Let's see about that. It looks like there could be something. That's it though. May have just been the NLDs. There might actually be nothing out here. Unless there is some. Oh, there's a boat. That's what I was looking for there. It's super nice. Oh, yes, that's about. This is supposed to run out soon. Maybe there can be some nice gear as well. That'd be super useful with the Ender Dragon fight that we're still trying to do. That's a defeat the dragon. Let's see, it's goes on for quite a bit. Yeah, I messed up. I forgot to put the Ender Pearl there. Whoops. And you know what? Let's go back up here. Oh, we're inside the place. This place kind of is a bit broken a bit. Yes, brother. I'm trying to jump this thing. And I lost it. There you go. And put Thunder Bro there. There's not much around here. This anvil would probably be useful though. Could save a good bit of iron. Iron's a bit rough to find. Oh, Joker here. There, nice. Oh, sorry, this road's very dangerous. I think our armor's already good, so I don't really need much of that. But now we have an elytra, that's very nice. I'll use that. Should probably get some mending though. Could be problematic. This is fine. Could be better. You could probably update that. Oh, we have an elbow as well, so that helps us very much. That does nothing at all, but that's okay. Seems to be a battery space. Probably a mod there to increase the chapman's cigar. That's this one. Oh, I'll take the end rods like these stones. I guess that's substitute to. Nope, that's not. Okay, let's save that here. A lot of food, so let's set these are forest fruits now. And now we're. This is definitely a bit rough. Oh. I'll see if we can get back up there though. That's. There's a chance I could just end up losing stuff again. Losing our food again. Let's keep going. I could use a bit more end rods. So we'll grab a few of those. Let's see how that goes. A bit of repetition. And there we are. I should take us over there. Oh, we have a elytra. It's pretty nice to have. That's quite something though. Oh, there's a waistline. That's ultra useful. Now, let's get back here. We need to. I could return back home if we wanted to, I suppose. But we still got the Ender Dragon though. So that's something that I'll have to do. Actually, that's a lot of rods. I'll take them in a second. Very nice stuff. I've seen this many rods before. Let's try a bit more than one. Rush now here. Maybe this is a good amount of rods. Perhaps. Not sure if it's worthwhile to seek more treasure from here. Maybe a better way of flying. Perhaps. But I do wonder how we'll go about getting rockets. Actually, I remember having an ability that lets me fly a bit better. So we could try doing that instead. I still need these rods though. So I'll grab them in here. There it is. Are there any more ones? I mean, there's all those, but that's a tricky thing. Nice. This is for one. That's a bit of a conflict there, so I'll fix that to make it work better. The cheeky. What does that do? Quick action. So that's quite it. There we go, that's the one. That's the one. Hopefully that. Yeah, that works very well. Let's see if what else is there here. Some stuff and things. Such as the rods. There's a rod at the end. But there's no dragon tag. There you go. Walk back up here. There. That's super nice. It's gonna just goes down though. Is there really? So good though. Now we have a good way of flying. We can try and see if there's any loot in these towers. Perhaps. There's nothing in there. Oh, this elytra might die quite quickly. That would be unfortunate, I suppose. Sure, should probably be careful with that. But I don't see any loot anywhere here. Yes, but maybe in this big giant tower there'll be something. Oh yeah, there is. That's food. Very nice. I'll grab them all around food again. That's not nice. Oh, mending. That'll be extremely useful. And also the spear. I think those can do lots of damage. This might be enough to kill the dragon, I think. Some very nice items. Oh, Ender Staff. That sounds like he's one item, perhaps. Some echo shards as well. Definitely some. This, I think. Oh, yeah, go back. Rather unfortunate there. I think that will use up my Ender Pearls. Should probably avoid using that. Up here. Looks like some items there. Items to be had. Put the spear there. It does have arthropods in there. So that might be less effective against the dragon, but it could probably be useful. I do wonder what's over there, so I'll check that out. Be another city or something else. It does look like it's just another city though. Come here. Let's see what's there. Oh yeah, there's loot here as well. Very nice stuff. Flying here. Shores. Nothing's there. Nearly out of food there. Oh, we're supposed to getting stuff though. Okay, this might be a bit too tricky now. This place. I'll try getting to the top without consuming too much food. Oh, yeah. So, oh, wait a minute. That's alright. Yeah, we'll just see if we can those and go. But, button right there. There, we're safe. Stuff's space. Sharpness 3, now that's nice. I don't think we need some stuffs there though. It could be useful enough. See? It's nice. Yeah. The microphone's behaving now. Making weird sounds. Where are we now? How did we get here, mate? I somehow have forgotten. I think we just ate one of these and teleported. Quite sure it's not up here. That happens. I think that's probably enough loot. Unless... mending? I think that might be a bit tricky to find. Let's see if I can find the portal that gets out of here. We might have to get some more light trusses needed if this was... Oh, there's another boat. That's a good amount of stuffs. Hopefully I haven't been here before. Oh, even. Here, you go in here. Whoosh. Oh yeah, it's up there. There you go. There goes that. Oh, useful, but I don't think we need that. Bring it in. Oops. That's something well out of there. Oh, it's useful. I don't think we need that. It's just all those stuffs. Oh, nice, nice rock. I'll take that. The rocks are useful. Would there be a dragon head somewhere here? Could be nice. There's nothing. Maybe it's over here. Nice. Oh, there is. There is a dragon head. Oh, that's one dragon head missed then. Yeah. Back there was the back of the ship. This is the front of the ship. So now we know. Oh, flip. I wonder if we can find... yeah. I think we can make it here. There we are, that's the ship we were at before, so we can grab the head we missed. That would be good. We have two light traps for safety. That should be plenty to destroy the dragon, I'm quite sure. Nice, I'll grab this head here. Yeah. Alright, now time to find our way out of here. We can probably make it through over here though. Now this is some nice find. But there's a portal over there. Don't know where this one will take us, but hopefully somewhere useful. I can just navigate the way back as needed. I won't gateway. Where are we now? This house unlocks that one. Actually, we're closer back there. So what's a good amount of progress? I'll make our way back here to the dragon. And please conserve the light. I will be walking back. Yes, for safety. I suppose we can eat as much course for this we want now. So we don't need to worry about where we are. Over here. Do we have a liberal still? There we go. Some more liberals there. And then we'll keep on going here. It's quite a lot of chakra shells there though. That's an odd number. Well, that's probably alright though. Peacefully walk over here with the nice lights and such. There's quite a bit of a distance, so I know, but I'm quite sure we'll find the place once we get to it. It's only 300 bucks, that's pretty close out. It'll be a while yet, though. I'll be up there. Kinda looks like something I saw from earlier. Yep. Over here. Yep. I'll keep on going here. Look up here. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Where are we now? Oh, we've gone a bit too far that way. So, go this way then next. Go along there. Oh, we ran out of food, so you'll see that of it. Now we're somewhere else. That's probably right. Go down here. And down here. Oh, there's the dragon. Right over there. Saw it there. So we'll have to go over here. Let's connect them. Which is nice. Hopefully this food glass. Until the time we get to the dragon over there. This is short now, so I should probably kill the dragon. One don't want to imagine. And then we'll just go over here. over this way. Hopefully the dragon will come in under this. Dragon's right over there. We should be able to kill the dragon now, hopefully. Would be a bit some we have to travel out there again. Yeah, I think this is like a time to use the Elytra. And then we'll fly away with our friend the Margin Powers. Oops. There you go. Now this dragon should just die. Hopefully. Yep. That'll do some damage. There you go. Oh no, wait, we're taking too much damage ourselves. That's super not nice. Oh, we're teleporting all over the place. There we have to back up there. Lots of stuff's happening. Here we go. There's the dragon, but where's the... I could use some of that. That's the wrong thing. Alright, the dragon is perching. That's pretty nice of it to do. Wonder if we can have some of that breath. Oh no, our health is very low. But before we go, there we go. And then we'll eat up some food. Oh, hit that dragon, but we're over here. We can have some of that. Yep. That's pretty good stuff. Oh, even more breath. That's very nice of it, didn't it? Let's keep grabbing this until we're out of bottles. Oh wait, what's that doing? Oh, it's just more of that breath. I see all this. Alright, hopefully we don't go anywhere else. Nope, we're still here. Let's do... Yep, we've been hit. Lots of heading damage. Well, that's not nice. There you go. Some more hunger filled. And now we'll try to heal up a bit more. Okay, let's go up here. Fly over there. This might just be tricky. Oh, I see. No. Does this just work? So... Oh, that did damage. That's pretty good stuff right there. Now I know how to use them. And where'd the dragon go? There's the thing. And where's the dragon? Right there. No, well the hell. There, now we're doing some damage. Oh, we're all the way at the bottom again. That's not good. Okay. Let's have to fly up again. And more phantom powers. No. It's a bit tricky. I need to eat a bit more. This sure is definitely quite a dragon fight. No. No. Yum a bit. No. There, defeat the dragon. What's that? Dragon scales there. Extra dragon egg. Oh, nice. Let's bring it there. And there goes the dragon defeated. Super nice stuff. Oh, big explosion. What? Now with the dragon defeated, things will be pretty good. Okay. This could be a bit tricky. My lights are going a bit rainbow, so actually no, that'll probably be alright. How to swing with this now? Oh, there it is. Didn't go anywhere so far. Oh, that's pretty good. No, trip. Enderman stuck. There. There. And then there. There. Nice dragon eggs there. I suppose. Now we have 2 Ender Dragon eggs for some reason. Some random one and a half. Alright. Now what to do here? Oh, there's a waystone right there. Didn't see that before. That's useful. There you go. Now the dragon defeated things. But now we have an elytra, and I think I'll go mining a bit now. At the bottom here. Now we go. Yeah. Oh, that's very blue for some reason. Why is it blue? It must be the shaders, I do think. That's probably right. Let's all make some of this now. Thanks for me. And then we'll go around and about. There's some more things. Yeah. And grab some of that. And there we go. This should help quite a lot. Quite sure we need an extreme lot of those for something as well. I don't know how much I need. But at least we have fortune, so that's nice. Oh, the blue lighting is gone. Crystal site exploration. It's easy to visit that. Yeah. Try to get some mending of this Minecraft. Lots of ores to be mined around here. That's pretty good though. And I do wonder why there's only ores here and not more spread out around. That's something somewhere. Nice. Oh, can't quite reach out there. So I'm gonna go up here. There we go. Mm-hmm. Nice. I don't think we need to have the electric just there, showing on there. Oh my goodness, I just forgot. I didn't use the spyglass. That's quite unfortunate. Oh, oh, I was up to resurrect the dragon. I suppose. We didn't really finish grabbing all the bottles either. I think I was a bit quick with that fight. Oh well. Something inside really nice there. That's probably I'll keep. Drink water. I just saw that there. That's probably good to do. It's some good bread water. It's probably careful. Let's go here. Oh, I have quite a lot of experience points. That's pretty nice stuff. That's really nice stuff there. I could probably extend that timer for the water a bit further. A bit spammy. So quickly. Do something so quickly. There we go. That should be good time now. Oh, should probably save. There. There we go. Should be a bit less spam, you know. Nice. I'll continue. No, I got some more. Spin. Nice. What's the worst thing you have there anyway? Nope. Oops. Oh, I couldn't fly. I forgot. No, actually. Where does that go? That's interesting. How far is that though? That could probably be good for a farm, if it's far enough. For the distance. Yes. Okay. So it's a bit tricky. Let's see. Yep. That's good. The messenger has quieted down now. I mean, I was returning. Hopefully. What can I do? Let's grab all the ores we can find here. It's, I think, this later. Perhaps. Unless I somehow end up not using them at all. Could be an option here. 2048. It's a bit higher than that. Yeah, that's not enough stuff there, you know. Yep. Found that one. Alright. Go over here. Yeah. A bit lost. Oh, there's stuff around here. We can grab all of that. Yeah. Maybe have more than we need now. What's the texture on those items? Oh, it's the same. That's definitely quite something. It's very nice, this. I don't have anything here. That's probably right. Some more stuff here. Oh, I just feel like it's approaching enough stuff. What can I do? It's done. Alright, I think we should probably leave. There's more stuff here. Yeah, okay. Alright, we should definitely take a leave here. So, let's go again, so it seems. There, we'll go up here into the portal, and that's right there. And portal out of here. There we go. And up we go. Then I'll take this time to use the restroom, but I will have to skip the credits, I guess. But there will be some. Let's take a quick break though. Okay, I returned that and it seems there's nothing on the screen until now. Only, maybe this can be skipped. Just some random text. I mean, I could probably read at some point, but this is fine for now. Just a bit of the same old poem and such. Or story. Yeah. Very insightful stuff still to be read. You could probably read it yourself if you slow it down enough. Your own time if you wanted to. Then just keep on skipping along here. Okay. Whole lot of credits here. For sure. I'm sure. Lots of credits here, though. Mm-hmm. 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 Here. Let's play the events again. Oh, let's skip on there. And just going through it all here. Yes, it just keeps on going, it seems, even as I skip through a lot. It's definitely some. Might be here a while. Mm-hmm. Eventually this will end up. Sure. Eventually we'll get there. Actually, I think I'll press this. There we go. That's the end of that. And now another loading screen. Which that's quite sure a bit long though. There we go. Yeah. Time to just put things on. Oh, random stuff there. Put some stuff away. Let's see some. Here. How much is that? 2,000. I see all this. It's too many flamingos. Oh, the rods. The rods would be very nice to have. I'll put them to use. Yeah. Where could these be placed? Maybe. Oh. Cannot reach. There. That's a good one. I think I thought it though. Can these rods work? Maybe if I have some quartz there. There. Some quartz. And we'll grab some of this. The music might be a bit loud, so tune it down just a bit. It might be fine though, but this is fine. Yeah, but so you're working on those rods today. Over here. Yeah. That should it. And yeah, we can just about reach there. And then what? Yeah. I think this should be fine. Yeah. I think we can probably have it so it goes all the way around. Would be nice if it's a bit taller there. This is right. I'll put one block there, and then another one there. Then yep. And another there. Not sure. And feel here. That might get annoying, perhaps. There's a better way of going about it, but actually I can barely see my cursor. It's probably okay though. Some careful placing. Yep. Actually, what if we just ran some path here? That would make things a bit easier, perhaps. Yeah. Then we just remove it as we're done. Oh, so that's coming through. It's unfortunate. Maybe it'll be okay though. Actually, I think we can just turn this down and this down. Alright, now that's maybe an improvement. Perhaps. I think it helps like a bit. Yeah. And then continue on. There we go. Going at it. Speed, fixing things. That's all the rocks we have, so that's no good. We'll just have to get some more. We can get them. Oh, we have 3 allied translator allies. Must have dropped from the dragon, I guess. Starting bending. There's enough. I think this is what we were using. I don't think we have enough stuff, so maybe it can work. Yes, actually, so. What is the wall open? Well, that should sound useful. Put that on, and that equals unstable. It seems pretty interesting. It seems a bit high level stuff though. I don't think I love diamonds. But that makes something, no? Maybe. I can get something. What does that get? Draining. And then put that away. Look at this now. More fruit. Quite a bit of it too. That could probably be useful though. But I think we have what it takes for that. No, that. Yeah, plenty of space for a farm. That's very nice. Yeah, sure, guys. What could be something? I think we ate all of the bread. So that makes things a bit tough. There's the bread, so or wheat still growing there. Make some cake. Back to another parrot now. I don't think that really gets us much though. What do we do? Mm-hmm. Where's the food? I'm just looking through to see if I can find stuff here. There's bound to be some. I suppose we can eat this. It's some kind of food. It'll do for now. Until more food appears. Oh, we still need. We'll do all this, those rods. Don't deal with that. Mm-hmm. Where's the there? Right now we just divide them to 8. Nope. Maybe. And put about that there. Then there. Nope. What's that doing? Nope. And there we are. And 2 goes there, and now we have everything. And divide them to there. And there we are. Right. And we go up here. Let's start cooking away. Oh, actually, we don't need to do that anymore. We can just go here. And we don't have to worry about anything. So that's very nice. Very nice stuffs. So at least we have that going. So awesome. Nice. With that, we can. Oh, we got more rods than I thought. Nice. That works out well. No, we don't have that many rods though. Not sure of. Sure, probably need all of them. Yeah. We can go back to the nether though. If these rods are not enough. They might not be enough. I'll try. Nice. Yeah. Put some of these rods down and you got more sleeping. Okay. One day. Roll around. If we get there. And then I'll grab some more blaze rods. I should be a bit easier now without the light rod. But we don't have many things, so that's a bit rough. Nice. No, this work. Why is the top button not working? Make that a bit. Something may have broken, perhaps. Hello, where's this? The pearl. Pearl. There's pearls everywhere. And what about you? There's a lot of trash in here. Alright. only need a few rods of no blaze rods. That's the one. Oh, there they are. I just was not seeing right. That should do it. Yes, we'll go to the nether. We should be over here somewhere. One of these directions. That's not the right one. And we'll find another one. What's right there? The render distance a bit low, so that's the point. Well, that's right there. Nice job. There. Time for the nether here. Might take a while. Eventually I'll get through. Hopefully. Okay. Drink some water. I'll do that. Maybe. Here we are. Now find ourselves a fortress, which will be just at the bottom here. Yeah. I can't see the ground too well. So yeah, doesn't get in the way. Just gonna be careful not to hit anything bad. Some interesting stuff here. Oh, sports. I don't think that's actually small, but I'll take some of this. What's that? That's for training or something. Yes, right? Oh, that. That's why the texture difference is there. It's just a lot of lava there. Oh, that looks interesting though. I think that's just a fork. I can buy some gas. Maybe some. It's very interesting. That's what it does. Let's be careful there. Blazes up there. Let's go. That's really good. Oh, they are. through. But now we're not working. There we go. That works. Wait. Let's have a what? Let's either. Here. Here. Wait. That's not right. Here. A lot of enemies there. Skeletons. Top of that button. Okay. It's not looking very well. We have used. One was used, I think. About 4 lives there left. Then things will get a trick here. Heal up a bit more. Another one here. No. There. See? There. Look over here. Sorry. Chicken. Nice race, okay. Let's go take a look. It's fun. Experience nothing. Can I do here? Oh, okay. Oh, there, but Can we build up? There's nothing up here. That's alright though. That's a microphone. That's it. Place it like that. There now, I think. That's not be enough time. I mean, I suppose I could probably return back here later. If it comes to it. Yeah. Oh, my house is very low. Fix that a bit. 3 lives still. No, no. Still alive, it seems. It's nothing. That's just a flight gun. There we go. That's very close. I suppose we could try exploring over here. See what there is. Alright, let me just turn something on here. There. That should work. There's some remote. It's just not really seeing much of the nether. Just this area. What's maybe good? Probably useful. And let's just get a bit of trash. Yeah. Oh, it's starting to get around there. Nice over here. Ooh. There might be some stuff in here. Ooh. Not much though. Oh, the Pikmin are angry. That's nice. Oh, so you see the scope in there. Oh, and that's looking really bad. We are healing up. There we go. There we go. And let's try a bit more here. On. That's that. Change this up for this one, and there. Some chance we managed to make it out. Somehow. We're gonna lose a few lives here, I think. Like, how many lives did we lose with that? One more life remains. That's unfortunate. Well, that would be an event. Let's see if we can get some more of those. Oh, well, that looks a bit complicated though. Strongholds apparently, maybe. We could probably find another stronghold, perhaps. That's way too many stones. Oh, what's that then? Volcanic then. That's safe. Nice. Seems like my place. What's up here? It's a bit another noodle here. We'll go somewhere. I see if we can find some ending somewhere. Much stuff's here. Oh, that's just the ground. Oh, gas. Where we go? Right there. Did it drop anything? No. There we go. Oh, it seems to swallow. I want to find the bastion. That would be nice. A bastion would be useful. Oh, could that be one? That looks like a bastion. That's pretty. No. Looks like I can see a bit more here now. No. Vamos falando. It's not home. These enemies are a bit very strong. We have to like them. See if I can find some loot. It's a lot of them here. Let's see about that. Oh, there's the chest. How many buckets? Water. That's not very useful. I got this all. That's some extreme heavy damage. Alright then. I'll have to fix that up. Just a bit. Where'd it go? Must have moved. I think I have a few of those. I think that. No smelling temple. Okay. Let's see if we can find anything else. Oh, what's that? Nothing at all. Remind that. That's some lava falling down there. Check it. What's that right here? I don't think there's much loot to be had here. Unless I'm looking at the wrong place. There's just chance I might be looking at the wrong place though. But where could the loot be? Might be a better place to find better loot. I suppose. I could go looking. Right, the mattress. There we go. Here. We'd expect to go here. So many stuff's there. Could very much use that. Some gold here. Make some stuff with that. I'm not too sure what to do with so much gold though. Maybe something. No. Still no. It's definitely a bad place to say. Yeah, that music sounds kind of nice, don't it? Oh, no, this is stop. Oh, let's. Yeah. Uy. It's a bit tricky. See, so could that be a bastion? That'd be nice if it were. I'm not sure for this though. There's a wall of lava here right now. That's not a bastion though. That's unfortunate. Oh, up here. Yep. That's another music this there. That's Pikmin. That's dangerous. Oof. Sorry, taking a bit soon of one. It's really good. Let's try and see if there's another bastion around. Somewhere. What's that over there? I think that's just lava. I'm quite sure. Oh, yep, that is lava. A bit dangerous. I think we'll probably be alright. Hopefully there's no nitro doesn't die, so... To see if there's anything useful around here. I think I'm having some land and we're falling very much down. That is not looking too good. That's not looking good. Just gonna have to move that over here. For safety. Oh dear. The wall is falling. We've fallen below the wall. No. Now this is looking very much a bit something. I'm not sure where we are, if we'll get to live. But hopefully things can work. It seems something has happened to the world here. That's not looking very good. Surely we'll back up now. Eventually. It's just darkness now. Right, maybe if I just reload the wall. Hopefully I'm not dead by the time I return. That'd be unfortunate. Plus my lights have gone up, so I'll fix that. There we go. That should help with tracking anything. So we'll continue on. This should eventually don't. Oh, water check. There we go. Oh, fire. Alright, maybe this time it'll work. There. The world loaded this time. That's very nice of it. Nothing bad happened. I'm not sure why things are lagging. Yes. I think some still working, so we'll fly around a bit. I think you might be struggling a bit eventually. Don't see much around stuffs. Maybe there'll be something somewhere, but I'm quite sure there'll be some. This kind of looks like something, though. Well, that's really not good. Try this again. Something's going on with the game. Let's see. Maybe turn this off again. Maybe that'll help. Hopefully. Hopefully I'm not in lava though. Unfortunate. Let's see where we are. Oh, we're here again. We're very lost now. I'm not sure where that power was that we saw earlier. Hopefully it'll let us get somewhere. It seems not. Maybe yeah. I think maybe this way. We'll see about that. Nice. It's really going the nether seems to not be a good place to get something very bad's happening. Let's see if I can keep flying for as much as I can. Nope. There we go. Bit of a boost. Alright, the nether's a bad place to be, so we'll just leave it for now. Since it's misbehaving. way back here. And we got some rocks. So I need it. Sure. That's enough abuse of the nitrate. This one there. And then for those stuffs. I think there might be some here. There we go. Oh, there's about to be some somewhere. That's probably enough. I wish the rest. There it is. That's not quite much, but it'll do for now. I still have to go out then. And we'll continue this. Oh, my tracking's going up again. That's not nice. Oh, actually, my phone has died. I see now what's happening. I see. I wonder how long that's been a thing. Alright, I'll fix that quickly. I forgot to plug my phone on. That's rather unfortunate. Nope. I thought I disconnected my microphone too, but no, I'm still there. Yeah. Oh, deal with that. Okay, don't next need to unplug something. Oh dear, it seems I disconnected the wrong thing. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna put a pause here just because I mismanaged my wires, so I'll deal with that. Alright, replugged my phone back in, so it should get back into good order soon, hopefully. But I'll resume the game for now. Yes. But for now, my model will just not do anything, just be still. But that should be fixed once I get my phone back on, unless I forgot to plug it in earlier. Oops. That's okay. Okay, so I'll continue building for now, though. Yep. Let's keep going at it. I suppose we can stop the music here for now, just in case. I think the Minecraft music should practice for now, though. There we go. Some stuff's perfect. Yeah. And I messed up, but that's okay. Oh, seems like my phone's turned back on. So the model should work again soon. Yeah. I hope the mouse and keyboard sounds aren't too much though. Hopefully. It's us. Turn this phone back on. See perfectly. There we go. That should be good. And then just a quick thing. No, to be good though. I'm just checking this is working. There's a random thing going on. But I'll get back to the game soon. On the way. So I figure out where the buttons are to things. Oh, alright. My model's doing things again, so let's get this. I shall return now. Make all things. Have we completed all of that? I think I need to up chunks first down. Maybe 4. That ought to be enough. Yeah, that looks about finished. Oh, except this piece right here. And then continue on there. And there's the bed. Some testing here. Just check things are good. And this. I do hope the microphone's working well. I'm not sure if something's wrong with that. There it is. So I'm like checking here. Let's test. Yeah, that looks like it's working. Yeah. Hopefully it's working. Might just be Twitch doing some stuff somewhere. Oh, I'll continue on here. The audio's going through fine. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Going to that. That's good for now. Let's get the carrot down. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, just take a quick look around, see if everything has lights and such. I think that looks pretty good. Does this need any lighting though? I suppose it could use some lighting. Okay, no, put some of this here. Let's make it there. Stuff there. Now then. Yeah. Bend that up. That should be good. And just put stuff there. And there. Yeah. That's all we can get. I think we'll just have to here. And suppose we could use some blocks here. Yeah, we'd better to put on the middle. But maybe it can work. Oops. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll do that. So tomorrow, I'm thinking of making another emote. Since I thought pretty good amount of fun. Making the one I made today. That was very fun. Very nice. But I don't think it turned out that well since I just noticed that it looks quite very shrunken, so the forehead may have been a bit too tall with too much hair. So I suppose I gotta account for things. That's just a random happening, I'd say. Well, that's my first emote I've made. So that's something to learn there. Yeah. Then tomorrow I'll make another one, see if it looks any better. Maybe eventually I'll take the one I made. But maybe it's workable enough. Yeah. So continue here. Okay, so there's the sun hiding behind the clouds. That's a nice outlook. Here. And there we have it. Let's get this. And then we just dismantle it. That's not it. Let's disconnect it. Oh, and confirm. Yeah. And there you have that. Nice from 7 more yellow. Nice bunch. It's nice to have. But we are quite low in rocks. That's unfortunate. Oh. So this there. Nice. And then the second. There you go. And this one too. Nice. It's still wintry outside. That's all right for now. And there we go. Oh, this one's missing. I see it. And there we go. Nice. Let's take a good look around and see how that's starting out. I think it's looking pretty. But we need to make some stuff. Some fine stuff. Let's get these saves there. I think we grab some stuff for this. Hopefully it's enough, but it might not be enough. I need to make a quarry at some point. That probably help a good bit. Machine case. Excuse me with that. So, no, I think stone will do. Anything? I'll continue on with it. Stone. Oh, andesite might work too, though. There's some stone in it. There's some quartz of iron. Iron quartz. Where the quartz? Yes. But now the iron. It's over here. And it's in here. There we go. Much why not use all of it? There we go. Make a bed of this. Probably use a bit more of that. And there we have that. And some redstone. Maybe over here. Some redstone somewhere. Is there any redstone? Oh, actually, the redstone's right here. I forgot. There. And then let's try. Silicon. I need to pick some of that. That's probably enough. Actually, maybe 24 would probably be better. There we go. There's that. I think that's already done. There we go. Alright then. I got some silicon there next. What else is missing there? Silicon diamonds and there's some diamonds in here, so I'm not sure if this is quite enough though. They might need a lot more stuff. I think so. Probably get to get some plants and grow them. Yeah, we should probably get some sort of farm going on to deal with that a bit better. So it could be a good place to put a farm as well. I suppose I could have a farm under here. Look, probably work up a project. Let's see if I can get an elevator. An elevator and salt and some chairs. Which are somewhere right here. Over there. Cheers. Somewhere around here. There must be somewhere. There's some silicone that we put there just a minute ago. There's definitely here somewhere in the picture. Oh, there's a search button. I didn't realize this. There's no cheers there. Over here. Nope. Nope. Nothing yet. Oh, here. Oh, there they are. That's nice. What now do for now? Cheer the sheep. Yep. Now let's. Now we have quite a blue one. Oh, should probably get rid of that. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. And there we go. Some ender pearls could be useful. Yeah. There we go. That makes things a lot easier. There we go. I'll do that. Oh, water break. I'll take that. Nice. No, I think that's good. Water. Some curtains there. For now, elevators. So next, like a room for farms would be good. Could be some. So for that, maybe that here. a nice shovel. Is this an elevator? Yes. How far should we go? What can we go? Where's the hole? What's the limit here? It's 2 blocks down. And then I think I'll do. That's plenty high, unfortunately. Then we put an elevator here. Oh no. I think I can make that. Maps. There we go. I think we went a bit faster than whatever fell, which was some dirt. Let's see if we can wait for it to fall. Unless it's somewhere else. I don't see the dirt anywhere. It's not that worthwhile to get done. Just go if you want pumpkins, are they? Yeah, let's see the dirt would fail. But maybe it's a later. Oh, there it is, actually. Falling down. There. Now then. Let's not fail. And let's eat very, very cold. Makes up. We'll put that away. And put this here. And now we start digging. Square here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's that. Okay. That's a 4. That's another 4. I need to heal this big axe up. Yeah. Oh, pronunciation and stuff. Where? No. That's the one here. Yeah. That should be a good amount of room. I'm quite sure. And I don't think we should be using that pickaxe much. Yeah. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 4. And then another here. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. Oh. Let's just fall into there. There we go. That's okay. Now I'm supposed to mine it this way. 4. This is a different one. Oh, two more that one. There we go. And that's good. And then we just gotta move it a bit more that way. 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 there, and then 4 there. Okay. Alright. There. And 4 there. I think we should they can do that. I should be insane. There. Then another 4 dot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, now I still got 2 points. We have some stone way to go over. There we go. Oh, there goes my hunger. I have to fix that. Yes. So, wait. Let's go. Let's stop to this. Oh, no. Let's pick this. It's Let's do this. And then just continue on there. Put a little and that's yes. I need to make an exchange here. That'd probably be useful. Ship those. That's so very much. Let's put that on the top. And there. Yes. There. This was a bit too speaking. So oops. Oh, maybe just one thing. So this. Nice. It's just a bit early. Very done. That's not fair. There we go. No, no. I think we need an exchange. Get some stuff done there. Quick. Exchange gadget. That's the one. Sorry, I mean like this. There we go. And put the generator. That'll do. Let's look at this next thing. Actually, that's a little more space there. What's this doing? Should have some fields or somewhere, perhaps. Probably the next. Wood frames. Not sure it's a recipe. But we don't need that much yet. Oh, no. It's fields or stone. There's bound to be some. I think we're missing some. So we're gonna. Yeah. Is there any access? There is access. So, chop some trees. So, that's it. There. That's it. Go. Let's go right take go. Let's wait up there right now. Let's spare it. Jump along these streets, you know. Some this thing. Just quite a lot of trees though. Oh, there goes the axe. Oh, I'm taking more. But maybe this is good enough for now. But there's still more shoot trees to be shot. No. I'll continue at it. No. There's a lot of items here. Well, some of it's going into the abyss down below. That's unfortunate. I need to expand this just a bit. Yep. That should be fine. Maybe increasing the edge by 4 could be good. Or total of 8. What's going on here? Why are these not growing? I can wonder about this. Maybe the simulation isn't high enough. We'll turn down to 8. Maybe down there. Maybe so. I will another X and chop some more trees then. There's some diamonds here. And we have a lot of legs as well. So probably make a good X. That could be nice. Yeah. Fortune. It's maybe not the greatest X, but it's something. A little different now. And there we go. Then what's that? Then here. Checking these trees down. So I feel there should be lots of it. No. I get quite a bit of fuel from that. We can just put them all into the big furnace over there. Strong, powerful one. There you go. That's all the trees shot for now. Hopefully they can grow up again. Yeah. It's got a final pieces here. Turn this on so it easier. I should do. I'll turn it off in just a moment. Continue that. Over here. Over here. And I think we got stuff. In there. I think we managed to get everything here, perhaps. Perhaps. Over there. No, we got that piece now. And that's all good. Now to replant the trees. Now we can. Let's take a bit. And all the trees are planted in. So let's bring it on. In there. Lots of saplings there. And we have this too. Turn this into that. It seems like we're gonna then we get all of that. No charcoal. Then we'll just go downstairs. Then not that thing, so that in a minute. That we can this. Yep, and the bread has to run. Bread up. I'll keep that for now. So the purple stuff's there. Yeah. So now we have some stuff, some things. Show you the farm down there. Digging out here. Okay, we have this. Oh, it's a lot of bats. Oh my goodness. We can kill them all. And maybe some bat wings. Nice things. There's about to be some bat wings for you, perhaps. Okay. Let's see if I can aim with this line. No, bat wings. That's the way we need. They can have some more. Oh dear. So just have the one. It's not so easy to now what can I do with this? Jelly feather. That seems useful. You could probably get to have. Unfortunately. Oh, water. I'll drink some of that. Yeah, let's get more of it. And then let's keep looking what else I can do. Oh, that's a bit expensive though. Oh, I'm not sure about one there. Oh, the flying Wendigo would be a good one. Creeper. But how though? Oh, it's a charge creeper drop, I see. Nice. That's quite very rare there. Nonetheless. Okay. How does one get there? How does one get such books? Let's prioritize down. I could use some looting something. What do you need from here? How's this gonna work for me? I'm sure we can use this argument. A grindstone we should grab somewhere. That's okay. I'll deal with that. Stick and stone. Stone. I suppose we can do this. There we go. One of those. Some would know. Anyway. Another. Rainstone. And we can place this right there. No problem. And then this one. What? That's not useful at all. What did I do with that then? Well, maybe it could be useful another time. Perhaps. 60 of these, just less for now. Well, make one of these. There we go. Some like this. There. And this might be any good. I don't think that's any good there. Try again. That's one. It's just one there. Okay, let's try it again. Oh. Enough of that. This seems some. Grab some more. There. Same. And there. There we go. That's just not a good one there. I suppose it would make more sense to have the grindstone there. I should have realized that. That would make sense. And then we'll do this. Where should I do it? There's. Some breaking. That's kind of good, but it could be better. Still not good enough there. Eventually we'll get. Still smite. I don't know, levels here. Oh, sharpness 4. And fire aspect. That looks like a good one. That would be nice if they had unbreaking though. But we could probably do a bit better than that. It's unbreaking. Maybe an unbreaking weapon here. Maybe. Okay, then. There's that's no good. What in here? Oh, we could use some looting. That's what I was trying to get. I see now. There we go. Continue with this thing. So if I got something back here. There we go. Yeah, trying again. Smoke form. Open. Severing. That's something that's really good. I'll keep this one then. I think that's a good one. Looting plus severing. Now that could be something. Alright, let's try this again. Okay? Through all over time. There we go. That's not right. Main box for boss. That's no good. The big others. Yeah. Okay. Sharpness one. I mean, I suppose that could be it. But I do think it could be better. So we'll try that again. And one more. It's for some looting. Because we're having, but we don't want. Yeah, enough stuffs, perhaps. We are running pretty low. Let's keep that going. Breaking. Severing 2. No, it could be. Yep. That's right. No. Looting 3 now, that's what I wanted. There we are then. Now we got the one we needed. Now to combine it all up. Mending should go with slipping it. Yeah. There we go. So push that. One last. Now we can do it there. Need a few more levels for that. What did I do there? Can we get ready on this though? There we go. That's a big one, no? No, this is it. I'll do that for it. That's very nice. It's actually very nice. We just need a bit more fire aspect. I don't think we need fire aspect. It could be bad for some stuff. So this is sorry, it's something I would say. Yes, I didn't mind XP. But I can work for now. We'll put some stuff on here. And put there. And then up, down some and monsters. First, I'll actually go sleep. That could be good today. There we go. There we go. Then we go to the bottom. So, where for that is. And there we are. And then there's some monsters still. Thinking. Oh, this one's angry. The cat looks like something over there. Or maybe not, actually. And this. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Could be some more enemies though. Look at that. Yep. Somewhere below it. There's some trees down there. That's just good. Okay. Nice. Stone. Yep. Oh, explosion. That's unfortunate. Move a little bit more. There. Trying to see if I can find some charge cookers. That'd be good. Okay. Oh, this is good anything though. Oh, that could be very nice. I guess there. Oh, that could be a swap. Look at that. Oh, that could be a swap. Oops, that's not stick. I'll try making my way down there. So I feel myself big there. Look at this guy. Oh, look at this. That's very useful. Seems good. Oh, so this was it. Yeah, that's good stuff. There's about to be some papers about the ones on the window. Eventually. Explosion. That's unfortunate. Oh. Just like ghost there. Struggling a bit further down. There's about to be something else somewhere. Oh, all the way down here. Oh no, not quite. That's alright, down there. And there, then. Let's see if I can find some charge cards. And that would be nice if I could find some. Let's try some somewhere. Oops. Maybe let me see. Yep, it's the tiny bit. Oh, there's some extra script right there. That's very nice. Oh, there it is. Oh, you know what I needed there? Now I'd like to get some more lucky nice. You looks. There's some diamonds there. Could be very nice to have some. I'll grab some of those. Maybe through here. Here. Maybe those. There. Here. Here. Nice. That's good stuff. Continue on here. Could use the end of pearl stuff. Not getting much there. So we'll continue here. That shows you some. Oh, there's a charge creeper. That should be salt. Yeah. And nothing to mess with. It's supposed to take us all the game. Yep. No, I think I can give it some down here. Mm-hmm. The lighting isn't too dark though. Oh, funny. Mm-hmm. Let's explore around, see if I can find more charge creepers. There's a lot of water around here. Too much water, looks like. Look at this little thing. Oh, show me this over here. Real over here. Probably some more stuffs. Oh, charge creeper right there. There we go. Let's see if I can get that. No. Oh, it exploded. That's rather unfortunate. No. Let's get all we can here. Show me the sounds for this. Oh, they get that very often, no? Nice. I should find another charge creeper. If there's any around. Maybe there'll be. Oh, there's another one right there. This one. Take care of that. Oh. That's right. And there goes. Nice. Now we got one we needed. There we go. Now let's start more for that. There's lots of gunpowder for it. I'm supposed to have different apple there. I'll go back up. Now experiment. Now maybe we can manage to find a way to fly. That'll be very useful. So I have all of that except this. How should we make that? Like this. And I guess here, and this. Yes, there. Like this here, but there's the gas here. Let's tell it, no? Nope. Part of the room. I must have one there. Wrong one, that's not right. There we go. White here. I could probably use swap. That. Infinite water, what kind of could be? I can use that later. I suppose. Experience, now that would be nice to have. Yeah. No, I suppose let's bring it. No, oh, actually, we can make quite a few. So, throw it out. Two for those. What's this going to? Oh, it just goes deeper. Oh, that's spicy. Oh dear, now there's some nice stuffs there. Very nice stuffs. Alright, we'll go. Let's try again. Flying moves there. And so. See if I can make this. And grab that. There we go. Ripple. Yeah. Then leather. What could that be? There it is. Now then. Yeah. Alright, damage. Oh, that's how we make some of those, but that's so expensive though. That's right. And those. And must have another one. Oh yeah, there we go. Check two makeups. Nice. Is there much up? Thought there came one. Which up? Which? Here. Oh yeah, there is. Nice. Very nice stuff. What can we do with this? It's not there. We can do that. And this would be nice. No, but we can get ready with chat at some point. So we'll do this for now. Here we go. And here we go. Water time. I'll do that. Yeah, we can do water now. What's it doing? Let's see. Ember shells. That would be nice. Only an ember. Gold. What do we have? Dump that bucket. That should be fine. New York. That's all right. Then Empress Chalice. That'll be pretty useful. There. Oops. Nice. Rending cow. Bat wings and a stick. We have a stick though. I'll see. Nope. Here. Nope. And there we go. And the bat wings. Shining wings. There might be some bad things. I'd imagine maybe the search order. Go over here. Oh, that's not quite right. There they are. Yes. Yes. Oh, what can we do with those? Fortune and such. There we go with this one. Rending gear. And that should let us fly. Somehow. Alright. Oh. Feathers. No, that's quite a cost. Feather. Feather seeds. And there could be some. I mean, I suppose a chicken farm could be an option, but that could be tricky. So I suppose we could try enchanting stuff. Although, what about this? Could I burn this? How does this? Oh. How to use this? Oh. That's likely not good. I should probably dump my stuff there and keep it safe. That's not good. Yeah. I want some. Yeah. I should get us a few of those. No. Could probably up some more stuff. What wasn't that? That doesn't say anything. Seems I can't just burn anything though. That's a bit unfortunate. Well, I mean, I suppose we have all that covered. Oops. Let's see here. It won't accept bronze, so that's what it says. Can you accept? Oh, nether stars go for a bit higher. I don't have that much supply, if any at all. Iron's pretty good. I don't have much of that. So that's rough. Well, that's a bit for now. I should probably didn't need for that. What's a feather? So, nope. Nope, I can know those. Nothing there. Oh, there's some feathers. How much will those get me around? I shall see about that. And the sword just never. So let's put that there. There's our stuff on it. I just don't see. How does one fly? Oh, that's. I see now. That's very nice stuff. The nice flying abilities that things have. I wonder if we're gonna get to that place over there. I'm interested in seeing. Nice. Maybe we'll have to kill some chickens along the way. Just for more flight. Maybe we don't need to use it that much. So that's fine. But for now. Let's see what's over there though. Yeah. This goes on for quite a bit. Let us use up quite a bit. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay, something's going on here. Something is not quite right. I think it's terribly wrong. No. The world was simply not loading. That's most of it's in. But no. Come on here. Falling down. I wonder if there will be some chickens around. Probably actually do well with that chicken farm. I imagine we probably have some eggs, so. Yeah. Here's the destination, so now going up. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I can see quite a bit more of the world. That's quite a thing there. Seems like a nice view. Maybe up. Looks kind of off there. But maybe that's just on a shade or something. No. Let's see what's over here. Nothing's like that. Nothing there. That's alright. Another skeleton, so that's not very nice. Nothing else. I'm sure some dangerous monsters around. Oh, lots of lapis and things. Efficiency? Wow. And she was quite the stuffs. What can compass? I could be sold. Let's try to look here. There's nothing around. What do I use in the light show? It's worth everything. Probably something. Let's try it. I'm interested in seeing what's over here. Some sky islands and such. Oh, the game has stopped responding. That's not very good, I suppose. Here. Okay, that helps. Oh no, right? Hopefully the world decides slow and it's not broken. This might probably take a bit. Oh, probably not. Seems this stuff happens if you go a bit too fast, though. So it's a bit rapid to travel. Oh, here we made it somewhere. I think it's starting to load up now. Perhaps. That seems to go nowhere. Oh, there we go. We've landed now. These trees are pretty high. Or tall, I suppose. Oh, they're kind of high as well. It's the sky island. It's awesome. I don't think there's much of anything at all here at all. It's just a nice place to go up in the sky. It's something. What's down below? Oh, lots of monsters to kill. That's pretty nice stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Nope. I messed that up. That's rough. Oh. Oh, actually, I did lots of damage there. That's not very nice. Oh, we lost one of those. We did. Oh no. Oh, we don't have any more spare lives. No. So we could actually die quite a bit. That'd be unfortunate. There's no short trooper there, no. Nice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nice. There, they all died. So, an apple. Apples are available. Can I kill this one? There. That way. How much for stuffs? Oh. I put these. We can get some more. If I could. Another Batman. The bats around. Nice. Probably get some accessories. I wonder if there's a witch in here. That could be nice. Oh. Oh no, that's not a very nice spear. Look. It's going to come out. Sure, it's my wall lag. Okay, this time. I maybe don't need that many weapons, but it would be nice to have an even number. Yeah, not quite. Nice. I think my image is quite terrible here. That's alright. Yeah. This is working here. Okay, still so that's a nice to an even number. It's nope. Okay. Still not nice. Need one more battery. Okay. Right. Maybe one. Actually, it's better if it's going to. What if it's turned off? I know that. Oops, with the yes of it. Perhaps. No, that should. Maybe. There we go. Now we have a map in there. Oh, let's start this. Their things don't look very nice anymore. What I suppose we have to back. Let's explore here. I was looking for was a witch. So I suppose we could try looking for. It's for another witch. Maybe. Oh, looks a bit nicer. We have enough back wings now, so a witch could be a bit easier. Perhaps. That's kind of too hard to find. Some settings and stuff there. There might not be any witches here. Don't suppose we should. Might be dangerous. Yeah. I suppose I can leave this place. Ah, the world looks a bit broken. That's not good. A very broken world. It's you've fallen off. That's not good. Maybe the world will fix itself. Maybe. I suppose if I try reloading the game, I could probably get to do some of that. There we go. Yeah, the world looks a bit better, or at least it's trying to be. Oh, okay. And that disable. What should we do? Which one does? In these area, I suppose. A bit hard finding this other marker, which is over here. Over there. And here. The plan seems to be very subtle. Let's see. Suppose we can get some nice sand if we need some. Wait, that's only one domains. Oh, so there must have to be a micro. What's this oil? I do think. Sure is. Oh, I suppose that's some. Oh, oil. Okay. That's a oil. It's fine. Yeah. I suppose we need some chicken, so I think I'll try building a chicken farm. Better. I'll get out of here. Let's make it reality. I thought there'll be some witches. This place seems a bit tricky to navigate, though. Let's go the way I want to. No scenery anywhere. Something else somewhere. Perhaps. Here. Nice. And then let's do it again. We're going in very long feathers now. Not water time, loading. Let's get some water. There we are. Now the water. Continue over here. Over here. Just three of us. Okay. Yep. Move this way. Going a bit higher probably help. No. There's some rain happening. Yes, there's some. Some bit around. Seems like quite the trees around here. I think we can just jump over here. The waste though. That's pretty nice thing. That could be a song. I'm still thinking the long way around this one. And to see if there's so much as on the wall. There's the house. It's gotta find a way to cross here. Here. Three up the house. It's gonna make our way down here. And then there we go. Nice. And there we go. I'll dip go. And there's the gas tank. Yeah. That's something. I'll drop some of these items around. This is gonna be for now. It's all fixed in once again. I should get a refined storage system at some point though. That'd be good. I do sports. What did I hear? Simpson. Is there no chance though? I do think some more chats could be nice to get. So I'll see if I can get one here. But first I think I should get some chickens first. That's what I should do. So I'll check around here for some eggs. There we go. There's some eggs. Eggs here. No, don't. Eggs here. No eggs there either. Don't. No. What's the best way for chicken farm? No. There we can have that symbol. We can have stand area for chickens. That's basic. I want some fences here. Fences. There we go. Some nice fences. And put them next to the sheep. So just this 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, put that up there, so we got that switch. And split that there. And this glass, that's in. And actually, for those chickens, I can't remember what needs to do this. First spawn egg. Chicken spawn egg. That could be quiet someday. Zombie Nihilus spawn egg. Seems you can make spawn eggs here. If only there was spawner. I think that's it. Maybe something like that. Monster spawner. Trail spawner. Power spawner. Do we have any spawners? Oh. Maybe. Good spawner. Can you do that? Power spawner there. Let me see. Do these waystones go anywhere useful? I don't know which one's where, so we'll try them all. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is not quite what I want yet. So I'll try over here. There we go. Is there anything about it, you know? Oh, trash creepers, let's come some. Some big redstone there. Like that. Some missiles. Yeah. Let's see what kind of specs down here. That's too nice. Put those eggs away. I think I really have some dark though. You do. Still do. Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah. That'll look pretty nicely. Nice. Oh, the redstone there. That's pretty good. There we go. And then we'll see if there's a dungeon or something of some kind. Let's see if I can grab the spawner. That would be nice if I can. I don't know if I can though. Let's see about that. Well, there might be more stuff down over here. Just gonna hope that the rain don't don't. Would be unfortunate if it didn't, since I can't see the ground too well. Maybe it would help if I could see it. At least I did. Yeah. I should be less prompts now. Hopefully. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. I'll check that out. It's very interesting. That's some sort of mushroom biome. That's very nice. Glowshroom biome, it seems. Let's see one of these before. Oh, there's a nice redstone over here. I'll take that. Very useful stuff. Explore right here. Copper down there. Aren't we good? See, perhaps. I'll take it. It's the same thing. Just any one. And then over here. That's probably a small. Yeah. So then probably a small. There, let's stop now. Could this be gold or? That's fine. Lots of horse down here. A little bit tough to grab. Yeah. Hello there, another real shrimp. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I'm just mining on here. Oh, that fell off. Okay. Some lag happening there. Hello. Okay. Oh, that's not good. Yes. Oh, it looks like it's some good one here. Thank you. That's good to hear. I'm doing pretty well myself. I'm just playing through here, having a bit of fun. I'm keeping myself hydrated, which is pretty nice and fun. Yeah, things are doing good. Let's keep on mining and such here. No, well, yeah, that's very true. That'd be pretty bad something happened there. Yeah, I'd say this is kind of odd around here, but I have a The bot is sending out some announcements every 30 minutes, keeping me hydrated, so that's pretty useful over there. Very, very nice stuff. Although I am kind of running a bit low on water, so I might have to refill later soon. Let's bring stuff so that yep. Let's get a few hours here. That's pretty nice. It seems my aim's kind of as low performance. No, it's not too bad. Something. Gosh. That's a verse. I'm probably going to grab those, I suppose. Oh, sure, some. Okay. Let's try some. And then keep on mining. Nice. Just quite a bit of lava here. That's probably right. No, I wonder if it's around. More lava. Let's see this. Nice. Quite a flag though. But let's go. That's my voice. Hello. I mean, I suppose I could try turning it up a bit. Let's see about that. Hopefully it helps. I turned the microphone up a bit. Hopefully that's not too loud. No. Unless I should try raising it up myself, and I could probably some. Hopefully the sounds from the mouse and keyboard aren't too loud. Now that'd be pretty fun. I'll try raising my voice a bit. No. Actually, I'm not too sure how to raise it too, but hopefully it's workable enough. Ish. Okay, so I was looking for a witch here. Oh, pick her up. Yeah. And we have a little trash. That's my thing. There we are. Let's see here. What's this? Mushrooms. In here. Teleport one up here. And there. This shows what the environment. No. How do I get across the try to do this? Super. And there we go. I suppose I should bring the map a bit closer. Maybe I can help a bit too. Oh, you're hanging. There's got some. I think I could probably get to build a quarry, I suppose. Somewhat. There's way too many moves around. Oh. Lots of water here. Do I have a fan near my mic? No, I did not, but I suppose that's probably my computer. I'll see if I can fix that. Sorry about that. I'm just not too sure what the band's here, but I'll fix it here. once this thing loads. Hopefully that works a bit better. Two different voices. I do wonder what that could be. Is it better now? I'm not sure what the delay is on this. I'm not sure if I've adjusted something and it's worse now than it is. Hopefully it's doing well though. I sure do hope so. I was just adjusting a few couple of things. Hopefully it's still good. Oh, this looks like ice. You still hear the thing. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure what I could do about that. I'll see about that. That's this. Well, that might just be my computer being a bit problematic. There's likely a way to fix that. Not actually. Wait. Let me see if this can help somewhat. Actually, alright. Maybe that'll do some. Oh, that's good there then. Hopefully things can be a bit better. Hopefully. I changed up some filters, so hopefully that's an improvement there as well. And not making things worse, hopefully. Well, thanks for letting me know though. Didn't really know things were going that bad. But hopefully that helps. I'm still figuring things out myself, as I'm still quite a bit new. But I go on the... There's some monsters here. Oh, the sunlight's kind of barely coming through there. That's quite a thing. That's actually quite the environment. I suppose I could try tweaking the settings a bit more. Some more. That's over time. Eventually I have it figured out though. Yes. I'll keep things in out there. Because we're quite low at the bottom. Do we have any witch hats? No, I don't think we got any from there. That's unfortunate. No. This place kind of hard to navigate through some of this. Just a bit. And there. Just a bit better to walk through. All this ice. Down here. Oh, some more out there. No. Yeah. No. That's open there. And over here. No. I'll go there. There we go. And there we go. Nice up. And now we go over here. Push the little holes. And there we go. It's not enough. Now I should use some things, so this will do. Let's go too far. That's no good. And here. Right up there. Looks like a dangerous creeper down there. Let's stay away from that. Do we have an elytra? Do we need? Just this one a little bit. Just a down bit. We should try to get rid of that. And then do. No. Oh, that looks like there's a hole in the water there. There'll be some. I think we're in some sort of ocean though. Only I could see what I am in others. Deep frozen ocean, I see that. There's a lot of blue ice here. That could probably use small. I'll take some of that. Okay, I'm gonna stop somewhere. Alright, I'm gonna take some of this. Oh, ton of blue ice. Limits. Oh, elephant. That's new. Yeah. What the heck is this one? Not drink water. Alright, then I'll do that. Yeah. Yeah. Drink some water there. I like those dry ice. Like this. Negative 30. Easy. It's a bit slippery. Let's look at this. And then we'll make it over here. We are very far away though. It's definitely quite a bit of distance. That's probably right. Make farm. That's interesting. There. What is down here? Oh, it's just the lava down below. There's like people down there. Then that must be some kind of ocean then, I suppose. Then we skip one more here. So it's like a nice view from here. What's that over there? It's an ocean monument. I don't know if we should fight that. Yeah. Probably good to do. There's quite a bit of lava down over there, you know? I'm not sure if that's a hole. Tree over there. I like the view. Going at it. Put it in the water. Probably get to the boat, I suppose. Can we build a boat? Seems we don't have the materials, but we could just grab a boat that we already have in here. Drop some stuff here while we're at it. And we'll just return back over there in just a moment. As we grab a boat that must exist. I can access. There's the boat. Then we continue back on there. There we are. There we are. Now I can sell the boat in this place here. And there we are. It's not like what the environment around here though. It's a lot different than the surface. It's not supposed to someone though. There. This looks like a place. Oh, it's falling. Yes, no. Some nice sound down here. Looks like some type of beach. I wonder if that reflects the surface. Wait. Diamonds down there. That could be nice stuff. Lots of sand though. There's some items here. Good. Oh no. Oh, coming out there. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, is there more stuff down here? There's diamonds. There we go. Then we'll make our way over here. See what else there's around. Oh, no. I saw some. Let's see. Oh, some redstone over there. I think there's some diamonds over there. Or at least what I thought were diamonds, but maybe they're not diamonds. That's always a thing that can happen. No. It's over here though. It does be diamonds though. Still not diamonds, I see. No, at least there's some redstone. Let's force around that. Now some of them seem a bit tricky to get to. There might be a way of getting to things. Seems like a nice place though. No. No, they'll fall. That's weird. What's this then? Inferior. Yes, it is here. Let's be new checks. That looks like there's some useful stuff there. Oh, no. Oh dear. There's some food. There's some bread. I'll take that. was the red sun though? I think I saw it earlier here. There's lots of ores here, though. That's definitely diamonds. There's a lot of diamonds actually in there, man. I'll take this. Yeah, this equals water. That's probably right. With the orange gold. Yeah. I suppose I didn't need to do that. That's alright though. Should probably heal this pickaxe. Actually. Yeah. Didn't work. That's pretty good. Here. I'll take that. And then over here. And then there we are. Nice. That works well. We thought someone was here. It still works. Actually, it was really nice. We could be moving it up. It's gonna look good. That's okay though. It's bit of that there. Yeah. Let's see. Nice one. Something. Oh, there we go. Now it's. It's very nice, showing up. That looks like more stuff. It's probably. Lots of horse everywhere. Alright. Nice. Excellent. Actually, just some good healing. Most of the orbs are underwater. There's somewhere. Yeah. Oh, there's some lapis over there. That's nice to know. Running. Elephant. What's needed? There's some lag happening. That's needed. There's just way too many ores. I think it's probably better to just go home. That's pretty good. Nice. And then there we are. Now do that. Nice. There we go. It's a lot of trash in here. I suppose I'll do that. Oh, yeah. What's this? Iodine. Do two. I think it's a bit better than that. Up here. Yep. There we go. 5. Plus, maybe it could have been better doing that level there. Perhaps. That's alright, go there. Yep. I'll go down here. Alright. Some more diamonds do we have? Oh, that's good. I suppose I should return this one. We needed some eggs. Oh, let's drop the eggs in there. Oh, that's good. Where are the eggs? Not there. Check out the slot. Not there. Some up there. And there. Drop the eggs here. No. But there might be more eggs somewhere else though. There's about to be some chickens around here. There's some chickens. Yeah. Yeah, they probably. No, I'm back. There are some lights happening outside, but hopefully they were not heard. Then I have 3 eggs for now, so let's see if I can get some more of it. I don't have any eggs though. I should have. That's a bit of thumbnail there. That's better. So, there's more chickens here. There's still no chickens. That's unfortunate. Not too much then there. No. Let's see if I can find some chickens elsewhere. There might be somewhere else. There's bound to be some chickens. Maybe the winter will end eventually at some point. I'd imagine so. I think it's starting to end. Perhaps it's ending, but don't know for sure. So it's the teleport button here, and then over here. So let's bring in. And we'll continue on here. My cat wants to go inside the room, so I'll be right back. And I'm back, and my cat's in the room. Yes. And then I'll continue finding some chickens here. Look at the chickens. I'm gonna sit on the side. I'm going to find them down there. Anywhere? That's definitely some. Where'd the else go? Bound to be over here somewhere. I'll be right. Yeah, back again. My cat wanted outside again. They were also weird noises, so that's not good. But the things are good now again, I think. I guess we're gonna go over here. Let's see. Maybe there's some chickens around. There's some medicine over there. I think we could find it. Oh, some flesh there. I mean, the fast not much need for too much exploration here. Yep. And go down there. Oh, alright. There we go. Made it. sure what kind of house this is, but I'm sure it's some kind of house. Maybe it's out here we have a farm. I was gonna do something with, but I haven't gone to it yet. So that's how this one. So we'll continue on here. Let's see what there's. So, let's pickaxe good price. More stuffs to that. Here. Let's see what there is. There. Yes, let's go around a bit better. And so, that's what's happening. There. Just make something there. So we'll go back at the house and take a sleep there. 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 That's not good enough. Behind it. Just a bit of that's our. Oh, can we have some more? So. There's a chicken right there. Oh, it's much. What's the next egg? 5 minutes or so. No, definitely go. There's an egg right there. That's nice. Just looking at the recipe, see what I can do with it. I see now. Must have been someone there. So we are. There's not much going on there. I keep trying these. Oh wait, I just realized I didn't do that. Yes. Breed the chickens for seeds. I remember that's a thing. So that's what let's give some seeds here. So that should be good. I find that there are just somewhere. So big messes here. Eesh. There's some dirt. Let's fill this up a bit. Yeah. Grab some chickens here. That should help with it. Probably good to have more chickens. Nice. It's over here. That's pretty good. Stick it up here, so it's up. That should be good for things. I just put them in that box there, so start checking in. Nope. I can make this go faster. There. Super fast growing. That's pretty good. Oh, this one's good to go. Oh, more water, eh? Oh, some. Let's fill down there, and this will. Remember. Fill that there. Is that growing now? So pull down there. I think there's another chicken over here. Oops. Perhaps. Some. In here. Bring this one over there, and that should be pretty good. That should be pretty good. That's pretty. So, what to the next after that? What to do? Did anyone come up? No. Oh, these sure are a lot of greens. I just realized they're not growing. Now they are. So we'll do that. There. Waiting for this there. That's it. Let's go drink some water recently. What's the eggs going here? Is there some sort of collector? Yes. I mean, there is that. But what was something else? I mean, I suppose we could make that, though. Mine, what could that be? No, I suppose we could make things then. We have resources, so I should be fine. We'll deal with that in there. Yeah. And some hoppers. Let's see if I grab some hoppers from those very commonly found places there. I'll grab some. Yes. Sure do hope nothing gets in the way. There. Oh, oh dear. That sure was unfortunate. Don't know about the entire thing. Is there anything I could use? I don't have another one of those, so... maybe some ender balls could help. They might hurt, but that's alright. I went a bit too fast on that live trial. It's very unfortunate. Where could the ender balls be? There's one ender pearl. Let's look right now. There's some limits also. Yeah. That should hopefully get us our items back over there. Hopefully. Maybe good. Hopefully we didn't lose too much experience points, but there's a chance we may have. And, there we go. Back to the stuffs. Experience points are gone. No. 7. That is rough. Another one. Let's put our stuff back on here. There we go. And so it should be. So we'll get back to the trial chamber. And grab some hoppers from there. So that saves some resources. Oh, there's a trial chamber right there. Load. Then we'll go inside and grab our stuffs. Lovely. What's a cactus? Victoria's a cactus. Oops. Some silver for stuff. That's a bit dangerous. No, probably right. That's not very nice. Let's get it out of there. This looks like it's a safe room. Okay. Let's see this. And then we'll go in over here. There's a helper somewhere over there. Okay. There goes that. I don't think there will be a helper here. Oh, there's a helper. There's spiders. In red. That's pretty good. One there. For now. That's pretty good. Holy crap. And there's that one bit. Now that my cat wants to go back inside, so I'll deal with that quickly. Yeah, my cat's back inside there. Continue the game. Yeah. Yes. Special. Deal with that there. The fire core there, I suppose. So find where things are. What can I get with this though? seems useful. Yeah. Oh, black dice. Oh, that's quite some. Nice. Oh, there's the fort. Very cool. Yeah. We got that. Need to go up. Then continue here. I think we can have a chest there. Yes. There's the chest there. There might not be any song. This one. There we go. And now chest. And then we just put that there. Let's see what the area is. It should be over here. This one. There we go. That's a good amount. Let's see what's in it. Let's see two of them. There you go. I suppose we could extend that just a bit. Name. That's definitely a bit more than you, but that's probably. This is just worked, but yep. Got some eggs now. Yeah. That's pretty good. And then we have some more seeds here. And we'll get to go. And then go here. Yep, so I got them out there. Chickens. There should be more eggs. Should I? In there. Throw some chickens there. And there we go. I need to run through that. There we go. We can leave those alone for now. I don't think it's too many seeds. And the farm is growing, so that's very nice. That's I think I can find a few lot of chickens in here. Eventually there will be more, perhaps. There you go, that's the place. What else to do? Let's see. Mm-hmm. Let's see what else. I got those feathers. What about other sorts? What about them? Those seeds would be good. Oops. Seeds. Prosperity seed base. Yeah, read the yes. Let's pick the one. So do little stones. Master stones, I think. Should I say next one more? What's this? Machine upgrade. Nice. Missions. Sure. Machine frame. Never so sure. Here's the see. Where's the master stone? Yes. Infusion. That's the name. There we go. That's alive. I see it. So revolutions and then some prosperity short bases and inferno. You know that? There. I got that now. And then we'll do something else. I'll see about that. Yes, it. Can I undo though? I can. That's nice. What can I do with this then? There's quite a few other things one can do with this. I suppose there's quite a ton to make when I don't have a farm just yet. So I'll do that. We'll use the forts that we have to do that. That's not quite right. No. Well, that did. Yeah. That works well. What's the measurements here? What? Maybe I could just do this. No. Pocket generator would be nice to have. That maybe. There it is. Thanks. Yeah, let's see how this one works. 3. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go ahead and move this a bit more. But I suppose I could probably do it from now. I don't know either. Or I do either. So why would you not? Unless that's not working. Unless that's a correct. That's a third. I see now. There we go. That's wrong. There we go. Now it's well. What? No. It's supposed to be some gloss on that here. Oh, that's not quite right. Do we have any cobblestone? Oh, there it is. Put that there, then this there, then that there. Put some there. Nice. That should probably be fun. That's weird. And then just have to hold it up. Oh, where could that be? I'll do one somewhere. I suppose I could use the search bar here. There's nothing there. Oh, there it is. I don't think it's going up, but that probably worked well. Is this nice? Wait a minute. Stay there then. See? Nope, there's no water. That doesn't work very well. Set that down. Some diamonds. That'll certainly work. Some of these. And then we could use an infinite water bucket here. Essentially, so we should go there. Did that. Let's test here just to see what happens. Nope, nothing happens. I feel this. In there. I'm gonna grow some crops there. Top again. And then we can do some stuffs there. Okay. Is there space up there though? There doesn't seem to be much space up here. No, that's probably right though. I suppose we can put the outdoor outside. Like right now. Stone, redstone, that's not redstone. It's gone. We can feed a flower with a few. Like river. We've done it. And then we'll submit. some. Big sheep. Nice. Naturally grown big sheep. Not sure some. And a few more eggs here. It's the sheep. There's some stone. Some bones. Over there. Nice. So that works there. Nice. Delete. There. Water. Oh, I should probably make some water there. Yeah, I forgot it. Water's good. There's some more red bull there. And there's the red bull sheep. There. That would be good. It's not quite enough though. I have to wait a bit more. There's the sheep. Just a bit more. Just everything. My cat wants to go outside, so I'll quickly deal with that. There you go, return it now. Let's go. It's in there. There's more wool on the heap. Almost there. It's one more. This grass is having a tough time to grow now. That could be problematic. Eventually it'll grow. Where's the sheep? Oh, there it is. No! It didn't get to it. Let's see. Go. No. Maybe it'll eat some. I mean, the other sheep's on the fleet. They only have both of them. Hopefully I get seen. Actually. Surely. I could make probably use some capsules for the sheep to run their own wool. Not probably good, but we have that in the area. Now we have enough. Let's bring it. There we go. Oh, my cat runs back in. I'll be right back. Yeah, back in. Yep. Put this over here. I don't know how fun it means. This is probably workable. Maybe I can put this one further out. It seems like it would probably go there. Yes. In the area. That looks a bit nicer. Yeah. Nice. How do we infuse now? I've seen some quartz. Quartz. That would be some of that in there. I suppose we can just here. Do that. That might take a bit. There. And then there. Somehow that this works. Then the quartz is at the corners. The quartz. What would quartz be? There it is. Let's see how many I can get the beans. And that should get some returns. There we go. There's a seed in the middle. Yeah. I'll do redstone. Yeah. I think a button will do. I think that's how it works. There. That's how that works there. Wonder what's seen. How much or more? Could do 4 more. Probably can. And then that. That's what I think of it. Here. That's not it. There, that's going. There. Probably I'll have to make this, but I think it's fine for now. Should I delete that more further? Yeah. Oh, that's just living. There. Let's go that one there. There we go. I'll put this over here. Let's have it on this right. Take a one there. I suppose we could grab some more of these. I could probably get them. In there. There we have some stuff stuck. I suppose let's try go there. Oh, it's a lot like there. I'll have some of these. See you later. There ought to be some. There. I think right now is I'd say I'll likely be ending the stream here now. I'd say I'm getting a bit tired, but there are still some things I gotta do here. Quite a few lot of things still. But I suppose I could plan it out a bit more. No, as I go a bit things a bit aimlessly. But for next time, I'll see if I can work a bit more on making a few more emotes other than the one emote I made yesterday. Kinda turned out well, but it looked a bit iffy. It's not the greatest, but I could probably make better ones, maybe. Or at least try my best. I'll see if I can get something there. Let me see. I'll continue things again maybe tomorrow. Maybe I'll take a break. I don't know for sure, but I'm getting pretty close to getting the schedule done. Yeah, this is essentially the end of the stream. I'll quickly give a quick see around what else there is. And closing things up here. I'd say I'm quite a bit tired. Yep. And essentially just have a bit of a house, things to do, a bit of a farm. Got some chicken coop in there. And some mystical agriculture stuff. And certain table. Up in the middle of a farm down here, growing stuff. So it's a bit of a work in progress. One can wonder if I'll finish it up. Machines. And displays of just random stuff. Not much to it. I'll be closing the stream then. Hopefully I'll see anyone that's around for next time. That could be nice. Maybe eventually I'll figure out how to talk a bit more. I have a bit of a short vocabulary. Not sure how to really expand upon that, but maybe after talking a bit more, I'll figure more stuff out. And I don't really like repeating stuff too much, so give it a bit something. That's how I am for now. Anyways, that's essentially the end of the stream. I'll see you all next time. Hope you'll have a good one, and goodbye. Bye bye.